business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Starling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. he gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we see approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time.
I say to people, my elder brother who is 7 years older than me, you don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the company merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of Standard Trust Bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were earned from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to give, to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of African capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout memories, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side did not suffer. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of Heirs Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Hello, good morning and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is SBL. This is where we talk business development and also the economy as it affects not just us in Nigeria, but you also out there, your country, wherever you're watching us from, wherever you're catching us from. This concerns you. And we talk because what happens in China gets shipped to Nigeria. What we design here gets made in the UK. So it's all connected. Today we'll be looking at budget as it concerns debt servicing and the pressure is going to bring this way. We'll also be looking at some developmental issues that are happening in Lagos. A major bridge will be undergoing some repairs and is in the heart of the city around the market. We'll get to talk about it. How is it going to affect business? Several issues that we'll bring up on the table today we want you to be part of. So hey, go on all our social media platforms. We will never stop saying it. All of it. And look for SOUQ News Television. We are not difficult to find. We are just right there in your face. Remember, follow us. Let's be part of this production. So comment. Then most importantly, share. Let your friends, neighbors, and everyone know, and let's keep this conversation going. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I'm privileged to tell you that the Oracle himself is here and the Knight himself is here. So we have a full house. Good morning, Olumide.
Good morning, SOUQ. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokoya, and they say the first step to winning the market is understanding it. And that is why we are here, to make sense of it.
Yes, and understanding it, we will try. Then it also behoves on you to try your best. So, yeah, the Oracle himself is here. He's not running anywhere. In Nigeria, till we say yes, you can go. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, SOUQ. Good morning, Olumide. Good morning, Nigerians and viewers out there. A pleasure to be here this morning to throw some insights into the things that are happening around us and try to make them make sense.
Yes, try to make them make sense. He's always lightening up the environment when you see him. So yeah, let's get straight to our first story we'll be dealing with, and it has to do with foreign exchange as it concerns us. This is one particular thing that most people might not really considered the positivities that is bringing, but hey, it's here with us. Nigerian mutual funds, they are surging and investors are retreating from dollar assets. You heard that right. Nigeria-dominated mutual funds surged by about 140% within 1 year as investors increasingly shifted away from dollar assets, signaling renewed confidence in local currency investment. Now, according to a new report by KPMG, the trend reflects changing risk appetite amid evolving foreign exchange conditions and evolving and improving yields in Naira instruments. The report showed that Naira-based mutual funds expanded from 2,289 billion in 2024 to 5,480 billion. That's 5 billion, 4.8 billion, 5.84 billion in 2025. A whole lot of difference, marking one of the fastest growth rates in Nigeria's asset management industry in recent years. Now, analysts are linking the surge in two higher domestic rates, improved FX market stability, and policy reforms that enhanced confidence in Naira-denominated assets. By contrast, dollar-dominated mutual funds recorded much slower growth, rising from 1.708 billion in 2024 to 1,920 billion by November 2025. Now, KPMG said the divergence highlights a broader portfolio rebalancing as investors prioritize local returns over foreign currency hedging amid easing exchange rate volatility. Okay, now for those that might really not understand, everybody most times gets to think of what do I get to buy, sell in the market. They forget that as long as the Naira is gaining strength, a lot more is happening in the capital market and the asset-based market. Are we seeing a shift that is going to be continuous?
Well, I don't think it's something that's going to be continuous. I always say from sales perspective, consumers are very, very discriminating. They understand the dynamics of how market moves, and everybody is following that flow. So nobody wants to keep his money somewhere where there'll be no value added. I remember in 2019, I was talking with one young chap, a family friend of ours, and I was talking to him, and he said to me, you see, where people can get value today is actually to buy FS. And so when you look at the level of volatility between 2019 and now, a number of people have cashed out hugely on trading on just dollar assets. And that was because of the way the market, of course, global politics were read. Now, when you also look at the things that are happening globally, because some of all these things are things that are actually responding to the geopolitics as it's being played worldwide. Now people are saying that Americans themselves are now beginning to look and say, oh, our president, is it driving us in the right direction? Are we losing China? Now, when you look at it now, you find that a lot of American analysts, they are obsessed with China. And this is because we're looking at the possibility of the BRIC nation who are determined to see how to pull dollar down. And every day you see the dollar weakening, coupled with the huge debt in America. So the value of dollar is falling, and that's a global trend. And therefore, any investor who wants to put money elsewhere for investment will not be thinking dollar at this moment. You have to be cautious, looking at the market and see how it plays out. So I think for me, these are the key things that are actually affecting the shift from dollar-denominated mutual investment to Naira-denominated. Now, we're also seeing that there are a whole lot of positive that's also happening years at home, which, of course, is the fact that the government is actually trying to face the brutal facts. I think it's Petroan that I saw yesterday reacting to the GMD of NNPC saying that Nigerians should thank Dangote for building a refinery, and that the waste that has gone on in NNPC for too long, that he came to save us. And they were not too happy, and they say they were going to protest that it be removed. You see, because he was saying that there's a whole lot, the financing of that fraud were politically motivated. And most of the debt that we're talking about, don't forget, a lot of it is getting into those areas. Some are getting into the electricity, what they call it?
Discos?
Whole.
Okay.
Not just disco. Whether it's Genco, whether it's TCN, whether it's a disco, there's so much that government is borrowing to be able to block this loophole. So when we're looking at government borrowing, they are borrowing it to drink tea and coffee. They're borrowing it to see whether they can salvage some institutions that, in my view, are not salvageable. I said it the other day, I said they should sell NNPC so that these people who buy condemned iron, they can take advantage of it. People were laughing at it, but that's the truth. Because if you tell ourselves that these things are not working,
that's harsh.
So we cannot begin to borrow money and use it to fund projects that we know that they cannot produce results. So this is the thing. And that is why it's important that as long as we continue to do the right thing and support the right policy so that we can have homegrown solution to most of our problems. Now we continue to appreciate. And as Naira appreciate against the dollar, then of course, keeping your value in dollar will become economically not making sense. And I think it's this understanding of the market that's actually responsible for the shift, in my view.
The understanding of the market responsible for the shift. We woke up some 2 weeks ago and the dollar was still about 1,400 and 500. We woke up 1,450. We woke up 3 days later, it was 1,400. As we speak, it has gone down to 1,300 and something. That's the value you're talking about.
You know, Bismarck actually said that right now the dollar is underpriced. Because when you look at the data, it suggests that the dollar should be trading really at the real market value of 1,226 naira.
1,226 naira. Okay, I will learn to believe your prophecies very soon. Now, let's get this way. We saw a lot of bonds that, 2 years ago, we saw bonds that were, the government just decided to, okay, now let's turn this to dollarized bonds. And Nigeria's oversubscribed for it. Now, put yourself in the shoes of those that subscribed for those bonds at that particular time, when the dollar was about 1,500.
They made a whole lot.
Then now, you just know that, okay, yes, I have my dollar, but right now, the dollar has gone to 1,003. And if we follow what is coming from this way, it's most likely going to keep going down as long as the policies keep working. And we play our part.
Yes, you know.
Do you think they've made a wrong business calculation?
Well, just like Doctor said, you know, a lot of people, the alternate way of saving back then was buy in dollar, keep it, and hope it rises. So when the dollar is going up, while people are also angry that the dollar is going up, some people are smiling, especially people who are traveling also, or people who come back, you know, into the country. You know, they hold their dollar for a while and all that. Sometimes, even if you, back then, like 5 years or 6 years back, if you are traveling, someone might approach you that, okay, let me give you money to buy dollar at the bank at a cheaper rate, then I take it to the black market and I sell and I make profit. And we also remembered recently when Dangote said that people should go and sell. I said it, and it was like people thought he was just boasting or he was making wild calculations, but he meant it when he said people should go and sell their dollar because it will be useless. I mean, it's a good thing. And now, what this means is that people importing with the dollar will pay less. But are we seeing that reflection? You know, there was a time that, well, for noodles and spaghettis, it was imported. But thanks to, you know who, Dangote and all that, we have a variety of that. And that broke the competition. So people now have a variety. I can decide that I want to purchase the local spaghetti. I can decide I want to purchase the imported ones. So it gave way for a whole lot of things. So the major, and of course, the bonds, the local bonds are doing well. I only pray, or I hope that a lot of people would invest into this so that we can, you know, see the dividends of it. So as long as this Naira holds steady, as long as the interest rate is relatively, you know, let's say, no, not high, because people don't, but the reason why investors' confidence are solid because of the interest rate. It's high. Local bonds is doing well. The FX market is relatively stable. I also agree with Doctor. I think it should, because there was a time dollar was just 300 naira, 300 to a dollar.
Are you looking for
during Buhari's time?
Okay.
Do you understand? So it can actually come down. It can actually come down. It's just good policies. Once we strengthen our policies, once we make sure everything, local production also matters too, because local production would help drive that, you know, help drive the dollar down, help Naira gain that strength. And I'm also looking forward to us having our own digital coin, supporting our own.
We have digital.
Yes, we have now.
It's the usage that is the issue right now.
These are things that we need to patronize more.
Okay.
Instead of the Bitcoin.
Okay. While we look at patronizing our own digital forms of currency, just like you said, we also want to look at the points where a lot of monies are stacked outside the banking system. And the CBN is trying its best to make sure that we are getting to an election cycle and people just wake up one day and flood up the society with too much money, and we now have this funny inflation that is not bookwise. What will you advise the CBN to do at this point in time?
Well, for me, still looking at he was talking about investment earlier on people who invest in dollar. If you sow groundnut, you reap groundnut definitely. So they are going to read him in dollar. So I don't think that anybody is actually making any loss, except that you want to convert them to naira. That's where you will suffer loss, because if the dollar is not shifting in its national value greatly, so you can still make a lot of it. You can still get to Japan and convert it to yen and make so much money out of it. So
that's for those there. If you are here, you have to spend naira.
So if you're not converting into naira, of course, you may not be losing so much. And I don't think those guys have made any wrong investment decision, especially his bond, and it is fixed in terms of rate and return. So for me, there's not so much to lose. But I don't think CBN should lose sleep over whether naira coming into this trade. And many people must understand that our problem here in this country, our inflation is not driven by the volume of currency that's in circulation.
Okay.
For me, it's always a kind of a wrong analysis for us to think that because people have money in their hands, that's why there's inflation. I don't think so.
So let me ask the same question you used to ask. Who has the money?
That's the question you have to actually find out. So when you say there's inflation, which means you have so much money chasing few goods, that's not the situation we have. We have a bulk of our population, which is almost about 60% of our population, that are extremely poor, and they don't even have this money. You have an army of people who are working, the working class, whether they are working for public sector or they are working for
Private sector.
A private sector, who are in the middle, and they are earning less to nothing. They don't have money. So the problem of inflation for us is an issue that has to do with our productivity level. How do we get people to become more productive? That is where we need to have to drive issues. And I think that beyond what CBN can do is the fact that we also have to look at the fiscal dimension of solution to this problem. And the bigger issue here, for me, is the Land Use Act, which actually has not been reformed since 1976, when Obasanjo signed that act into action. I think the National Assembly must look at how we can creatively use our land so that rather than allow people waste away in the streets, people can become reproductive. So we have enough food. And then you now see whether too much money is in circulation. Because there are a lot of people who are also trying to sell, and they cannot sell so much. My wife was asking the younger sister about 2 days ago, how much is a bag of curry selling now? She says about 10,000 in the village.
In the village?
In the village.
It's about 10,000. But how many people are doing the farm? So you still come to the city, you see these things are still expensive. Because there are not many people involved in that farming. So same, of course, you get to rice. We don't have it enough here. A lot of paddy had to come from other states because people don't have access to land, to farm, which is a major problem. So how do we guarantee access to farm for those who want to work so they can actually have? Because once you have enough supply, the market will regularize or regulate itself. But if you don't have enough supply, so you create room for hoarding, and then people can then start to speculate pricing. So if we want to avoid some of all these things, it's us becoming more productive so that we can produce enough food that people can eat. I always tell people, growing up as a child, I was in a local village where people were coming all the way from Kano, Port Harcourt, Benin City to Lagos, coming to our village every 5 days to go come take yam, take plantain, take pineapple, and all manners of fruits, oranges, in their season. But today, when you go to that same village, they are looking for people to sell them yam to buy. And these are the change in the demographics that we must also pay attention to. that is actually responsible, because when you look at the inflation figure, food is actually the driver or a significant driving force for Nigerian inflation, not so much of the money that we have outside of circulation. CBN, they're doing absolutely well. Yes, let them continue to monitor the things that are, but you have a population that is largely rural, largely poor, who need 5,000, 1,000. People go to ATM these days to go and withdraw 500 naira.
Okay. But then again, Doctor, from your analysis, if you say food is not available, if it's available and people still don't have money to buy.
Yeah, of course, that's what I'm saying. The market will regulate. So if you have plenty of banana that's about to spoil,
the price
you
will come down.
can't hold price at a certain level. So you have to play with price, because in competition, it's either you're playing on price, or you're playing on differentiation, or you're playing on value addition. So if these guys don't want to sell, maybe they convert it to plantain chips somehow. And of course, that has a lifespan, you know. So it will always affect the prices all around, because you have enough. Because that's the elementary principle of economists, demand and supply. If supply exceeds demand, chances are that the prices are going to go down. Then what will happen is that you have a situation where you have demand exceeding supply, and therefore the business people or the middlemen have to find a way for arbitrage, a way to speculate pricing, and then of course you hold some, you keep some, release little, and then of course you can keep the price at that level. But if there's a whole lot in the supply pipeline and so much goods is coming into the market, you can't hold it. So that's what I'm making. So once we can increase the level of our productivity as a nation, a lot of this price can regulate, and then we can actually know what's the value of our inflation. But right now, a lot of people are unproductive, and that's a big issue. So I'm not so much concerned about the money in circulation. Why is there so much money in circulation? So if you have about 100 million who are poor, who need 1,000 to go to the market to do a pot of soup, if you multiply it by 100 million, you know how much that is in circulation. And not to talk about people who have 5,000, they want to go to the market, and they don't have enough to even say, okay, somebody want to charge them 100 naira or 200 naira or 150 per the withdrawal 500. So people are taking cash because, as we speak, they don't have it enough to even keep in the bank. That's the point I'm making. So money in circulation should not be a problem. We know that there are a lot of poor people who are holding 5,000 here, 2,000 here, 1,000 here. You accumulate it, it becomes a whole lot of volume. But if people become productive and they are earning so much money, they'll go and keep it in the bank. Okay. Because they'll be afraid that people will come to the house to come and take it away.
Okay. You forgot the part of some other elites that are also keeping them in those rooms.
Elites don't keep money in the room anymore.
Where do they keep them? Safe?
They don't keep it. Except it's a stolen money that needs to be cleaned. Okay. If it's not stolen, they don't keep it in the house. Okay. Because if it's genuinely earned, you see, because
it's in the banking system.
You see, people talk about, there are some things that people are talking about today that makes me feel that, are these guys in touch with reality? I've seen beggar on the street asking you money. I say, don't have. I say, do transfer.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Not to talk about people who are selling on the street that are telling you do transfer. So if beggars can take transfer, is it people who want to sell their vote that will not take transfer? That the same politician will need to keep money in the house to buy votes. I think we're not reasoning at the wavelength at which society is going.
But we know a lot of politicians keep money.
No, but what I'm saying to you, they don't need to have the money in the house.
They don't need to, but they
do. They don't need the money in the house.
But so, but would they have?
You see, what I'm saying to you is pre-2023. This is like they say, since hunters are shooting without missing, birds are flying and they are not perching. So people understand this reality.
Okay.
That's why I said we are very smart people. People understand there are ways to do things, that you don't need to create unnecessary attention. You see, if you are, for example, you are in a position and you are in a booth and you carry money, there's an eye on you, people are likely to give you a trouble. Now they don't do that.
Okay.
And now OPay has made a lot of things, and this fintech money transfer makes so many things very easy. That,
definitely they do. But the last CBN report is still saying over 94% of monies are not in banking system.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. Those money, they are not in the hands of the rich.
In the hand of the rich?
They are not.
Okay.
So that's the point I'm making. Because you should understand the reality. Okay. And the reality which I'm saying to you is that we're having a population that we are told that over 60% of our population are extremely very poor. And we're also having an army of people who are working and they are not earning so much. So people don't want 25 naira, 50 naira allowed fund deducted from their money because it means a lot. So they take it out and keep. So the people who are keeping money right now, if you multiply by an average of 5,000, 10,000 for 100 million people, that's so much money that you find in circulation. So because these people are keeping this money because they can't afford to leave it in the bank.
Okay, let's progress to debt market access. Now, Nigeria is facing a rising debt, repayment pressure in 2026. Now, Nigeria is set to face some external debt service pressures in this beautiful year of the Lord, as total repayments across Africa near $90 billion. Now, according to a new S&P Global Rating report, the agency said rising hard currency obligations are tightening external buffers and increasing refinancing risks for several sovereign countries, including Nigeria. Now, S&P noted that Nigeria's external debt profile exposes it to exchange rate shocks, higher interest costs, and rollover risks as global monetary conditions remain restrictive. Now, while recent foreign exchange reforms and improved reserve has boosted confidence, the report warned that elevated debt service could constrain fiscal space and limit spending on growth priorities. Okay, let's look at our budget. Our total expenditure is looking at 58.47 trillion. That's from the budget. Then projected revenue at 34.33. But specifically, the government has already said, okay, good and fine. This is how much we are going to spend on debt servicing. And that is about 15.91 trillion. Now, at the time of the budget planning and all that, what is it called? We're looking at being able to sell crude at 64-point-something dollars, which is better right now. It's not that bad, like most people were forecasting. And we're looking at dollar at 1,004, which has also gone down. Are we looking at ability to be able to implement this so that a lot of these stories that speak and preach fear out there is well taken care of? We've not even talked about the taxing already. Taxing has not come into this, which has already started taking place.
You know, there are a lot of things that we talk about, which is the poverty around us, because we're a very poor nation, and which a lot of people have not come to accept, that Nigeria is a very poor nation, even though we have potential to be rich because of the abundance of resources that are around us. But they remain potentials because they have not been converted into liquid cash. So to that extent, we are still very poor. The entire budget of Nigeria, as of today, is about $40 billion. South Africa is about 500 billion in budget. Brazil is about 1.2 trillion in budget for the same fiscal year. Just to enable you to understand that we are so poor. So when you are looking at what are using debt servicing and it's becoming a problem, I don't think this is the issue. The issue is for us to deal with poverty first and foremost.
To deal with
the issue of poverty.
Is it, and just let's go back to your first submission. Is it issue of poverty or issue of lack of productivity?
Yeah, but it's the lack of productivity that is reinforcing poverty. Once people start to be productive, poverty will die. So that's why we have to be conscious as a people to deal with the issue of poverty. It's very important. You know, there are a lot of people who wake up in the morning take their bath, go to work. And they constitute, to a very large extent, about 20 to 30% of our population who currently don't earn the minimum wage. They are paid 50,000 in some places, 55,000, some 30,000, some 20,000 in a month. Below minimum wage. And like somebody argued, our minimum wage cannot even buy 1,000 units of electricity as we speak. So you can imagine the level of people who are earning less than 100,000 in a month in Nigeria. That's huge poverty. And we are kept in that shoe because we feel that, okay, maybe people just have to do those menial jobs to be able to scale or gain an existence. But there are alternatives, which, of course, the country must be looking at. I was so very, very happy when the president was campaigning and said he was going to create hubs, whether agricultural hubs, industrial hubs. We need to see those things working. We need to see beyond that people are tying roads, for example. Industrial machines are imported into Aba, for example. So all we are shipping to other people in the world is beyond just this crude oil. We have good leather here that we can produce good belts, good shoes that can be sold anywhere in the world if we have the right tools.
If we have the right tools.
Yes, of course. So why won't governments at subnational level invest in those complexes where people can creatively do designs? I know of some people who are in Balogun market here who send design to factory in China to produce.
And that's irregular.
And they ship back to them. So which means the thinking is even actually from here. So you imagine that what we're doing right now, we are thinking design and we are shipping it to Aba and they are producing and it's coming back to this place. So that will of course increase the level of productivity. A lot of people get involved. And then of course, that collective prosperity will take us up. Then we'll not worry too much about the debt burden or servicing of debt. Because as people are creating more money, government is earning more, then you are able to have a huge revenue coming in for you as government. Then these things that we are talking about, where it's $90 billion, is more money.
Okay. I like it when you say this as small monies. I like it. But now, let's come to you. 15.25 trillion. And let's look at where we are right now. We started January with oil falling, but as we speak right now, it's gradually stabilizing, yes, and it has gone above our benchmark. We started January with dollar above 1.4. Right now it has
1.3.
It's gone 1.3. The only issues we are having right now is Bonga that is going to be shut for the next less than 25 days, and they will be back on. But we also see some other oil blocks being opened for bidding.
Yes.
Are we seeing government realizing this budget, paying this debt service with ease? Mind you, like I said earlier on, tax has not been calculated into this, which means government will make more money.
Yes, that's even where I wanted to stress on tax. Okay. If we get the tax reform right, it will cover all the loopholes because it's been projected that the people outside the tax bracket seem to be more than the people in the tax bracket. So if we are able, and people pay their tax, because tax is something that I wouldn't say people don't like to pay, but people just don't understand the benefit or the legal obligation of paying tax. So if we are able to cover that, and monies being moved from one account into the other are being monitored so that you know that, okay, fine, if you do certain transactions, you're supposed to pay tax for it, and you actually go by yourself as a citizen, a patriotic citizen, to declare this is my asset. I think that also. If you look at the non-oil export revenue, that's another gold mine that needs to be tapped. What's happening in the mines? We have so much lithium in Oyo, Kwara, is it Kogi?
Kogi, Nasarawa.
We have so much. What are we doing about it?
Just like Doc said, he said potentials. Until potentials are turned to jobs and products, then there's an issue.
You see, I can't forget, there was a day we had somebody from Kadasa who came, who was on air here once and talked about why we got to where we are. And which, of course, one of the issues that a lot of us as Nigerians too, we have not paid attention to, was the 40 decision of your passenger to nationalize every company in 1976, following the issues we have with Shell BP, if you remember in your history books. So that created a whole lot of distortion. And he said, all the people who came in to invest in those businesses, we chased them away. And they went away with their investment. And then we could not run it. And so the people who were growing skill in that area but didn't have money now started to see how they can survive with the skills they have. So that's where the issues of this micro mining started from. Because we actually had companies who were based in Nigeria and they were working on this mine. But the nationalization policy sent some of these companies away because we felt that we didn't need them and we could do the things by ourselves. And that happens in almost third world countries where people feel that, oh, we don't need these guys. We have the capacity to be able to do some certain things because investment in that sector is huge. It requires a lot of investment. And currently, you don't even have money to do that investment. And people are also looking at people who want to come into those areas, and they are seeing the people who are already there, and the level of conflict that is in those areas is not also attracting a lot of people to come and say, okay, we want to invest, especially in a very fragile state like ours, where government is losing almost its authority to be able to maintain law and order. So these are the things that faces us. Those things are there. That's why they remain potentials. But politics, again, has added a lot to all our woes. Because if not for politics, there are a lot that we can do as government to stamp out insecurity or violent crime around us. And people are made to obey rules. But you see, because of politics, there are a lot of things we cannot do. And that's why a lot of people are asking, what's actually the value of democracy in Africa? Because it's not bringing to us the needed development that we require. And some people even advocating, maybe we have to create room for a monarchy or a benevolent dictator.
So back to what I was saying.
So these are the issues that people are, because it's a frustration.
A frustration that we've allowed to fetter.
Yeah, it's a frustration. I don't think you allowed it. It's the way liberal democracy is practiced globally. And everywhere you go to, you see, when after the 2020 election in the US, one of the things that Donald Trump was actually happening was the fact that the election was rigged. He lost all the cases in the court because he couldn't prove most of those things. But the things that he was saying were all true. That there were a lot of people who were voting who were not supposed to vote because the other party had used policies to move in aliens and illegal immigrants into their states, handed over voting this thing into their hands so they could vote. So that was why I was saying, can we do forensic and see whether the signatures actually tally with the original owner of these votes? So everywhere you find liberal democracy, there's a lot of manipulation that is going on because the people are more powerful because they are the one handing you power.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, so back to what I was saying. Bayo Ononuga said that Nigerians are multidimensionally poor and people always blame the federal government, that people should start looking into the states because what are the states also doing? If states, we've talked about it on this table, that if states look inwards to some of the deposits they have in their own state, the local government and everything, they should not always rely on FAC all the time to run this thing. And with the new sharing of the electricity subsidy bill, I think it would some states will get to wake up. Lastly, prudent spending or wasteful spending. Government need to look into this, both federal and subnationals. they need to cut down spending, because people don't always like it when you hear certain people are purchasing bulletproof cars, they are doing this, they are doing that, and
who are they shielding themselves from? That should be the question we should start asking. If any government person is using government money to buy bulletproof car, whereas the person that's paying the tax is not buying bulletproof car, who are you shielding yourself from?
Yeah, you see, they are highly exposed. And
exposed to what, sir?
Yes.
Exposed to what exactly?
Criminal behaviors everywhere.
Criminal behavior. Yeah. Their duty is to protect life and property.
But they don't have that capacity.
But they protect themselves first.
You see,
okay,
because they have the means.
Whose means? Our means.
Taxpayers' money.
Well, I don't know whether it's taxpayers' money, because
it's definitely not their money in the first place.
I don't know whose money anyway, but you see, if people can commit billions of naira
did you say you don't know whose money?
I don't know whose money. Because if people are committing so much money outside of office to contest and win elections, and they are putting that investment, and you can't call it taxpayers' money.
Okay, now hold on.
So what's the money come?
Let's follow the word investment.
Yes, it's investment.
Investment. Politics.
In politics.
Oh, yes.
So the Nigerian state business investment. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Following this investment now, let's go to capital project performance as it affects 5 states. And there are 5 states, they are hosting nearly all abandoned, fully funded projects. Nearly all federal funded projects in Nigeria that were abandoned despite full payments to contractors are concentrated in just 5 states. Now, according to data from the Budget It Tracker platform, the finding exposed serious weaknesses in project execution, project monitoring, and project post-disbursement oversight that are often obscured, and headline capital budget performance figures released by the government is showing this. Now, tracker data show that 97.5% of abandoned federal projects nationwide are located in 1, Taraba, 2, Abia, 3, Nasarawa, 4, Adamawa, and Ogun states. In monetary terms, these projects account for 7.8 billion out of 8 billion linked to abandoned projects where funds had already been fully released to contractors. This suggests that funding gaps are not the primary cause of abandonment. Now, Budget It is saying that pattern points to systemic failure in supervision, accountability, and sanctions for non-performance. Analysts are also warning that without stronger enforcement, transparency, and contractual accountability, increased capital allocation may continue to deliver poor development outcomes. Okay, now we've talked about on this table where a lot of contracts that were signed, contractors were not paid. And on this same table, contractors went on a particular demonstration in Abuja some months back, last month to be precise. But now we are also seeing where government has fully funded contracts, jobs, infrastructure projects, capital projects. And in these 5 major states, there is nothing to show for it. Dear Doc, who is EFCC following as we speak?
Well, EFCC will not be able to follow anybody. And this is a fact of our lives. I have said this the often time. Elections in Nigeria are crazily too expensive.
Okay.
And they gather a lot of stakeholders who are investing their hard-earned money to win victory at the polls. In one of the states, although they are not even here now, I learned a particular man for their gubernatorial election put money up to about 6 billion into that context. His private jet was on the ground for every movement of the aspirant. I don't think that's a charity.
That's the investment you talked about.
Yeah, that's investment. Now, if he has put down so much money to ensure the victory of a chief executive,
So how do you think the chief executive is going to pay him back? To be able to recoup what was invested. A lot of people don't understand that. I remember in one of the Southwest in 2003, when the election was on, and then the president was desperate to win every state in the Southwest. He approached one of his old time friend who was in an opposition party and told him, I said, I want to, why, people in the North are supporting me, why was Southwest people support me? And the man said, well, I've sold 2 of my houses in London for this election. If I don't win, I'm finished. You see, we must have honest conversation as a people. We cannot be blind to the things that are happening around us, eating our cake, and then also wanting to have it. Where are all this money going to that is pumped into this election? Who are these people receiving this money? Can society begin to say, let's applaud some people so that elections can be done based on ideals, not on how much money you can pass around? Because the society determines the kind of leaders that we find. So if people support you to win, the only way to do that is to find a way to get a job for them, whether it's done or not, so that they can have a legitimate means to move money out of the coffers. That's what's happening, and that's what is real. So the society has more of the blame as far as I'm concerned.
The society has
more of the blame. So we must begin to see that every election cycle, that we reject money.
But how can they reject money when you also said, if you remember the first story we talked about, the poverty rate is way, way high?
No. There are 2 different things.
Okay.
See, people who are morally depraved, it's not poverty that makes them to take money. It's just because, as a matter of fact, those who take money on behalf of the people, they actually take money on behalf of the poor.
Okay, they take money on behalf
of the poor. So what you see here is that it is not the poor per se that actually take this money. Some go to traditional rulers that never come out. There are some
that don't vote.
Influencer political heads around who take this money in bulk in the name of their people. And maybe on election day, they are sending a recharge card to their people. Some are giving 5,000. Now you have received 500 million. Then you are giving,
the community.
Maybe at the end of the day, you are able to share 100,000, 200,000, and then of course you would have done it. Why do you see that after election, people always say, return the money I gave to you? We have had those stories, but we don't pay attention to them. I heard that in Kaduna recently. I said, look, all the money, please refund my money. Because you didn't use it to work. So
the investment did not deliver.
Yes, it didn't deliver results because that money got stuck in the hand of one man who is positioning himself or herself as a major influence in that environment. So the money is actually not going to the hand of the poor. It's actually going to the hand of the rich. So we need to be able to fish out these people. And in other words, it is like what they call the revolution of the proletariat. It should be the revolution of the poor. To say we will not take money from anybody. So let the man and his family go and vote, and they will lose. So once we get to that level, and society is well enlightened, that even the ordinary man who is poor on the street, who didn't get this benefit, understand that somebody is using him to make money. And he will say, from today, my head will not be used to make money. We are going to exercise our right. And then you will find that these things will go away. Then we can begin to hold politicians accountable. But as we are today, the political process is so dysfunctional that we don't even have party system. Leaders are appointed, executive, legislators, councillors, they are all anointed. They don't go through the process. The person doing the anointing is collecting the money. So this is where we are, and this is what we need to stop.
And society must rise up and fight against this thing. And so when people are genuinely elected into office and we see them do this kind of a thing, it's just 4 years. It's like a case of every day for the thief, one day for the owner. So when at the end of 4 years we can't see results, we remove them and put somebody else. So I think this is what we need to do to actually change the system, because society as it is now is so docile and it's also so compromised that is even fanning the embers of these abandoned projects that you see everywhere. I remember some years ago when a certain project was highlighted like this, and EFCC was even actually on it. They took camera to the place and they went to the site. I think it was somewhere in Bayelsa. It was what I saw on television that day. It was just bush. There was actually nothing, but that was a project site. So these are things that happen, and we all know that they are happening. But why are they happening is a question that we need to deal with, because society has allowed politicians to go away with enough things that when we start to make our vote count and defend same votes,
they won't happen.
They will not happen.
Okay. Olumide, some years back, some long time ago, there was a strike in the school I went to, the federal government school. And 9 o'clock news, I was watching 9 o'clock news with the family, and they said there was this very, very big government library that was being constructed. It was like the biggest in the entire region. I knew we left that library abandoned. But they said they've commissioned on 9 o'clock news. So calls, I know people now started asking questions. And we get to see this happen a lot of times in government circles. You hear projects have been commissioned, projects have been finished, and we only wake up to see that they were not even done.
Nigeria Airways.
Okay.
Now, I remember when Rotimi Amechi was interviewed, he made, well, maybe allegations. He said a particular person collected money to build an airport and nothing happened. So, but I think, first of all, we need to start naming and shaming some of these contractors. We need to start. It's got to this level as a result of lack of transparency. So we need to be more transparent. When these allocations, when these monies are being paid, publish it. If a contractor fails, put his name on, blacklist him, so that people will know that this particular, of course, when we see, there are certain constructions that you see a signpost, you say this is being constructed by this, let's have those signboards in these constructions, in this project. This particular project is being awarded to so company, so that when we see bushes and we see the name there, we know that, okay, this is the person that is responsible for this bush. I remember also Seyi Makinde, when he came into government, he talked about some of the kickbacks some of these contractors have to give to get certain contracts. According to him, I'm quoting him, I'm not quoting myself. He said even the governor and his wife have a certain percentage, certain other people in government have a certain percentage. So at the end of the day, probably...
No, he has a percentage. That's what he's saying.
Not him. What he met on ground.
The governor and the wife
he said the former governor.
Oh,
he specifically
exonerated himself.
Yes.
Okay.
He said this is what
we have not spoken to the 300 and the 500 million. Between all
right, exactly.
So, see, you see, what I'm saying, Olumide, let's be very honest here. The point I'm making is simple. Who is going to do the naming and shaming? That's the question.
The guilty or the
so
giver
because
or the
these things
receiver?
are done intentionally, using the paraphernalia of the office which you occupy.
To siphon off
it's not a mistake. Okay. It's deliberate. That's what I'm saying. So if I am offering you something, I will come and name you and shame you. It's not possible.
Then again, let's look at it this way. As an election candidate, you know people are sponsoring you. Of course, you know they're going to get something in return. So why accept money from them?
Okay. Do you remember that in this same country, a certain political party that boasted that they were going to be in power for 63 or 66 years said that even if they feed a goat in election, it will win?
That is history now. Okay, now...
Are you sure it's history?
Yes, it's history. We will go on a break. Let's be Nigerian. Nobody can be more Nigerian than us. So for we in the media and for you out there, social media has made it very easy. If there's a government project, doesn't matter whether it's local government, councillorship project, down to federal government, in your area, in your constituency, please put your eye on it and talk. Don't just wait for the big media to talk. Please talk. We will do the censoring. You also do the censoring. Let's call each other out. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll talk some more. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
before be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Welcome back. This is still SBL, add a hashtag in front of it, and you have SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember, go to all social media platforms and follow, like, and share. It's SOUQ News Television. Not difficult. SOUQ News Television. Go there, share. Don't stop sharing. Let's move this country forward. Now, let's talk about what's happening with Nigerians' food consumptions and restaurants. Now, Nigerians have cut restaurant visits by 28% amid tightening budget. Now, eating out has emerged as one of the first casualties of household budget pressures in Nigeria, with restaurant and fast food visits falling by 28% as more families turn to home cooking. Now, this trend persists despite easing inflation, heightening the ongoing impact of cost of living pressures on discretionary spending. Finding comes from the 2025 Invisible Economy Report by ShopPoint Rewards, a cashback and receipt-based platform, which analyzed 3 million verified shopping receipts from over 85,000 shoppers across 10 states. The data represents an estimated 45 billion to 52 billion in consumer spending in 2025. Now, a lot of arguments will come with this particular research and this. Yesterday we went out, and on our way we saw a whole lot of eateries that the queues were still there, a whole lot. Now we could talk about, okay, it could be a high-end restaurant, but Mama Nkechi and Iyabo is still doing excellently well. They are still opening more. So maybe those ones, they don't share their receipts online. So let's ask ourselves those particular questions. Are people moving from the high-class deliverables down to the younger ones, the other ones that they don't necessarily have to send a receipt to somebody to see? Or you think this research is, well?
Yeah, but you must also understand that if you look at the psyche of an average Nigerian, we are not eatery kind of people. We are not eatery kind of people. I remember I did a study for a brand some years ago. I think that was in 2027. And they were thinking of changing their modus operandi. And that was restaurants where they call drive-through.
Okay.
And I said to them, after the research, Nigerians don't go to eat in the restaurant for convenience. And that was not the reason. The reason they go to restaurants was to see a place that is locked out so that two lovebirds can sit around table and have some conversation and fun. That's why people go to restaurants. It's not because they want food to want to eat. And so, but they were contemplating, like they do in Europe or in Canada, and you are just coming and you're asking for burger, you are driving in, you don't need to sit down. They were removing their seats. And I think they work against the advice of the research, and they saw the obituary. So people, you must understand the psyche of your people. I go out with a lot of Nigerians, and we are out of Nigeria in 2 days, and they are already asking you of Nigerian food. Nigerian food. So most Nigerians eat more in the buka because of the spices that come with it than they do in eatery. So I don't think it's a matter of shift. It's just the fact that that's who we are. When we go to China, we see Nigerians asking for Nigerian restaurants. If you go to UAE, you see people asking for Nigerian restaurant. If you go to London, you see people asking for, I wish you just left Nigeria for 2 days. Say, no, I can't eat this kind of food. Nigeria are not burger people. We are not meat pie people. We eat food with good spices. And when we don't feel that spice, we have not eaten. I've seen situations where you see very prominent men go to local buka to go buy food to eat. Because it's not the eatery kind, we are not eatery kind of a people. So that has been, and when you see Nigeria, I'm talking about people who are generals, people who are, they are craving their local dishes and meal. And
why are you calling it local dishes? It's their food.
Yeah, but because that is local to us.
It's local to us.
It's local to us.
So the American one is international.
It's also local to them.
Okay, it's local to them.
Yes.
I think I prefer that. We now see a lot of this in quotes restaurants that have this receipt that this research agency have used. They started inculcating our local dishes, a lot of them, into their menu, unlike what it used to be before. We saw one particular chicken brand that were priding themselves in chicken. Now they are doing jollof rice.
Yes.
Some of them have been doing semo as we speak right now.
They are doing local rice.
Sure, my friend called it yesterday. Say it's colored rice, not jollof rice.
We crossed somewhere yesterday and we saw pot of amala in showcase, inside a big showcase. Are we seeing a transition of them knowing, okay, good and fine, these are the people we are serving and this is how we should serve them?
One thing I know about when it comes to food in Nigeria, if you sell good food, if you're in the bush, people would find you.
What type of food do you call good food?
Local food. Now
you're still going back to
yeah, it's our food.
We know what a meal
we know what Nigerians like. Amala, good amala. They call it ofele-fele, that is very soft.
That is from your side.
I'm still coming to your
side.
Strong
eba. Strong one.
Well filtered.
Oh, yes. Pounded yam.
Pounded yam.
If you go to Ekiti or to our end, at 4 o'clock, you'll be hearing pounded yam. So, made raw from the wood. So, it depends on where you are coming from. If you are from the north, they have food that are local to them. If you are the southeast, you have food that are local to them. If you are from southwest, there's food that is local to you. If you go to Benue, there's food that is local to them. Everybody has their own sense of what is a meal, what it looks like. In my house, when people eat bread, it's like snacks. It's not food. When you come and say, have you eaten? They say, no, we have not eaten since morning. But I saw you eating bread just now, but that's not food. So when people say we have eaten food, it's the local delicacy that's referred to. And we are never tired of it. So it is for the best interest, actually, sorry to continue, of the restaurant to begin to include those menus in their, otherwise, nobody will come and eat. Even the rice, you call it, see, you go to party, people prefer your father that is wrapped in leaf than the one that is served in plastic. It will tell you how patriotic that we are to our local dishes.
Okay. Add this to your submission.
Yes.
Doc earlier was talking about farming. And this farming is to put food on the table. Now, let's look at this particular industry of being able to, typical example, Lagos Island. Over 90% of those on Lagos Island, they don't cook.
They don't cook, yes.
So they patronize people that make food. So is it possible for us to see this transformation of farm to market to our bookers, let me not call them restaurants, so that we have a lot more of people gainfully employed in making food for others?
Well, Doctor also complained of land availability.
Do we need land to make food?
Yes, we don't. But he also talked about people not willing to be productive. An average youth right now, if you introduce or encourage him to go into farming, an average youth just want to do tech, social media, influencing, and all that. So how do we bring them back to local farming?
Things are changing. The governor of Niger State laces his boat and goes to the farm. So younger people will follow him.
Okay.
If the first lady in Lagos State also tried doing the same thing, the first lady in Nigeria also tried encouraging people to start having gardens. So if we see this cultural shift from the top,
that should have been incorporated from secondary schools. Back in the days, we were doing that.
That is happening now. Agriculture is they're trying to make it compulsory for everybody in secondary school, whether you're studying sciences or arts or commercial, you will still take course in agriculture.
Yes.
So if we follow this route, are we heading in the right direction?
Yes, if we do follow this route, on one of our programs, Just Africa, I brought in someone who said you can actually plant yams in your backyard. And he was making a whole lot of money out of it. So, and he said you don't really need a big farm, or you can actually do it if people are willing. So it's just to bring us back to that farming, culture, bring back that farming culture that we were taught when we were in secondary schools to plant and all that. If we have been using that, I think, there will be less scarcity of food. But then again, one thing I also like to put is this particular story. Let's use our office as an example. How many people actually bring food from home? A whole lot of them go out to the... And Nigerians like to eat to get, what we say in Nigeria, belly food, to get filled up. They don't like to eat. That's why Doc said in his house, you eat bread and you're not filled. People like to eat spice and get filled. So if you're not giving them that value, they will not go to the restaurant. They will rather go to the bukas and get rice, this big, or amala. Or
differentiate restaurant and buka.
Now, there's buka, there's canteen.
Okay.
Buka, well, canteen is the one by the gutter, by the roadside. And they say, I don't know how true it is, they say the dirtier the environment, the sweeter the food. I don't know. I don't know about, but canteen is by the roadside. Canteen, you don't need, it's just a long bench and you sit and you do your thing. Buka is, okay, it's still well neat, relatively neat, but it's still local food. So that's the difference between buka.
Oxford, we don't accept this your definition.
That's the difference between buka and canteen.
Right now is confused.
So people like to do that. I mean, people want a situation whereby with 1,000 naira, I can eat something and drink pure water or bottled water and go home and know that, okay,
I'm okay.
And people spend a whole lot of time, especially the working class, they spend a whole lot of time in the office, 6 to 8 to 9 hours. So within that hour, they will probably want to eat once or twice. And the best or the cheapest is the buka or the canteen. You understand? At a point, it was cheaper to even bring food from home, to cook at home. But it's cheaper only when you have the ingredients and you just have to buy tomatoes, beef, protein, and all that. But if you have to now buy everything, bag of rice, it's not cheap relatively to how much you will spend if you... So that is why I have a friend also. When he started, he was even just doing further rice and the rest of it. But when he saw that people were not really... He had to branch out. He had to start doing okra. He had to do fisherman's. He had to diversify so that he can bring more people in. And he told me that, look, if I didn't do this, my business will crash. So I think these restaurants too, this is what they are trying to do. There's a particular restaurant, when they came, you also mentioned a chicken. Now they are doing moi moi, they are doing so a lot of things. 500 naira, 1,000 naira fried rice with egg.
It's also to also put in context too that people are trying also to eat healthy these days. Mm-hmm. And there's a whole lot of social media campaign that tend to de-emphasize fried food, de-emphasizes things that are made from
processed food.
Yeah, processed food and the rest of it. And a lot of people are running away from it, and people want to see that they are eating as healthy as they can. It's also one fact that we must not also take away, where people will go to move toward things that are local. But you see again, we are also able to discriminate the food that is cooked with firewood and the one that is cooked with gas.
Which is healthy.
They are not tasting the same also.
Okay. They are not tasting the same because of caramelization and smoking. And so we
prefer the one on firewood.
Well, we are not trying to host here in environment.
You see, I saw a restaurant somewhere in LA. They call it party rice.
Yes.
Because it's sweeter.
Yes, there's a difference.
Okay. We find solutions to that and we'll bring it up. And remember, from food from that particular sector, we want Nigerians well fed. And everybody can start a restaurant if you have a passion, and you can also learn it. Now, let's get to electoral reform. That will be our last story for today. The Senate has passed the Electoral Act Amendment. Now, it's also rejecting mandatory real-time uploads. That is the question mark somewhere. Nigeria Senate on Wednesday, that was yesterday, they passed the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026 after hours of intense debate, approving broad changes to the country's electoral framework while rejecting a proposal to mandate real-time electronic transmission of polling unit results. Lawmakers argue that while technology remains important, making real-time uploads compulsory could disenfranchise voters in areas with weak connectivity and infrastructure challenges. The rejected clause had proposed compulsory instant electronic uploads of results from polling units to a central portal. Opponents said this could expose election to technical failures and legal disputes, while supporters insisted it would enhance transparency and curb manipulation. The Senate ultimately voted to retain discretionary use of electronic transmission, leaving operational decisions to the Electoral Commission. Other amendments passed include adjustments to timelines for elections, nomination processes, and dispute resolution mechanism aimed at reducing post-election litigation. Senate leaders said the revised law balances innovation with Nigeria's operational realities and lessons for previous elections. The bill now moves to the House of Representatives for concurrence. Okay. Dear Doc, you are an expert here, and we are in the opposition here. Now, we've waited for this bill for quite a while, and now that has passed. We want to see things work better. We don't want to see the kind of stories that happen after the 2023 election. We want to see a better election cycle. But now, transmission of results from polling units. Why? Why can't we just have the results from polling units go straight to the portal?
You see, for us who live in Lagos, it's simple. It becomes easy because you have access. But for the woman who lives in my village, who will have to go to under some certain tree to answer call, because there are only some spots where you have network.
Okay.
It becomes mandatory by law, which means results that are not uploaded electronically will not be counted. And you're still talking about a country that internet penetration is still less than 70%.
70% is a pass mark.
Okay. So we're still in a country where internet penetration is not up to 70%. So what you do is, we're not even talking, people, about 30% of the population don't have access to internet at all. How are you going to do the upload? Because when you make it mandatory by law, which means if you go to court, all the results that are not uploaded electronically become invalidated.
Okay.
You see, it's just that we cry too much of the time over spilled milk. All this energy wasting doing a review of election, for me, I don't think they are the real issue here. The principal issue, which is the morality of our society. People talk about the 2023 elections and the challenge that came with it. What was the law provided for? Provided that there are certain Form 7 and 8 that need to be filled, and every polling agent has their form. So assume we have 300,000 polling units all across the Federation, for example. So every party has an agent in a polling unit. And for INEC to publish our results, the polling agents of the parties will need to sign. And when they are not signing, they register a displeasure capturing the irregularity that happened in that unit and forward it to their situation room. So it should not become a problem whether elections are uploaded real time or not real time. That's not a problem. And that was not the problem in that election. The problem in that election was that people were not prepared enough. And there were some polling party agents who sold their party out. So these are the things that we have to deal with. And I don't think that laws can address those issues. For example, I don't understand the rationale why INEC has to fix a date where election activity should begin or people can campaign. For all they care, they can campaign for as long as they want. See, I don't see that as anything valid to say, okay, oh, it must be 3 months before election before you can do campaign. The one they are doing now, what is it?
Campaign plus. Okay, Olumide, do you buy or agree with what Doctor is saying? Or do you say, would you want to see a result being transmitted from polling booths?
I will go by my experience. When I was a core member during late Buhari's first election that brought him in, I took part in the election. I was posted to Benue State, local government around Wanune, and we slept in the INEC office that night before the election, and I was posted to a particular polling unit. So when we got to the collation center that morning, we were told that if they try to do ballot snatching or they try to harass you, don't do anything. Just come back and give us a report. It's your report that would count.
Okay.
So when I got to the polling unit, I rounded them up and I told them that, look, I'm not here to fight. I'm a core member. So if you guys do whatever you want to do, I would not allow, I would leave you alone. But it is the statement that I would give in that collation center that would determine whether this election is valid or not. Now, the area where I was, there was no network. In fact, the road to that place, it was a bike. There was a small river. It was a bike that took me across to that place. It's a village. They have an oba, or what you call a king there. So I had to wait 2 hours for the market women to come back from the market. I don't even know where they were. And where I was, if anything happens to me, nobody will know. Let me not lie to you. There's no network. When I mean network, I'm not talking about internet. I'm talking about mobile coverage. None. So back to what Doctor is saying, if you want electronic transmission, you have to cover that. Because where I was even scared.
Today, 45% internet penetration.
I was scared where I was. So I had to wait for a whole lot of people to come. And they were the ones, at a point, they offered food. I said, no, I don't want. I just want to get out of this place. There was a particular election we did not finish till like 10 p.m. But thank God we had buses that would go each polling unit to pick all this. So if you say electronically transmitted results, you have to cover network connectivity.
Okay.
You have to cover a whole lot of things. It's a good idea.
I think the way it is now, which is actually recommending both manual and electronic transmission, is better. But people are only looking, we always see one side in arguments. I've told people, I've followed the election in Nigeria since 1979, where I practically participated. And I can tell you for certainty, for people to rig election, you must be popular in that environment. Now, what happens if I am popular in a particular vote and I upload election results using the INEC people that are there without even agents on the ground and put a 10 million vote? What do? Are you going to contest it? Because we only think about one side. We don't look at the other side. How people can abuse a lot of things. So I still believe, yes, people can upload election results electronically. But we must not do away with the source. Because it is the form that is actually the source. Yes. So and I think that the source is the most important evidence or exhibit
of election
in court. Yes. Or the quality of election, not the one that is posted on the internet. Yes. And don't forget also, which is one story that INEC refused to tell us, the over 50,000 attempts in 2023 to hack their portal.
Okay, but they have budgets to make sure that
no. What I mean is that there were deliberate attempts
definitely
outside of this country, over 50,000,
definitely,
to hack that portal to alter the results. But they are not telling us, and this is where, of course, the issues in Nigeria for me, they are too complex. There are a lot of things that we must be putting on the table so that everybody understands why some certain things happen. People were intentional to alter that result on the portal, and that was their target. And they ensure that they can determine the outcome of the election from the portal. So they concentrated on the portal.
Okay.
And so all these issues, we must also put them into account. Let every party have credible agents who are real party men, who represent the interests of their party. Okay. And so that when every polling booth election is completed, they sign for their party.
That's why I wanted to even come in.
Before the INEC officer upload the results.
Yes. Let me just put it. When I finished each election, all party members would come and sign.
And agree to
it. And we will snap it, and that is what I will take down there. Okay. So I think that is, we should still maintain that culture.
Okay. While we are maintaining the culture, we want to also pass this public service announcement on road and bridge repair. So it's just a public service announcement. So for those that are wondering, there's going to be a 6-week break on our Bongbong road shutdown. The bridge will be repaired. This is coming from the Lagos State, both inward and outbound from the Akpongbo Bridge, to allow repair works on critical sections of the structure. So hey, everybody, take note. And this was issued on Wednesday by the Commissioner of Transport, Oluwaseun Osiyemi, outlining the scope of the timeline and intervention. According to the statement, the repair work will be executed by the Federal Ministry of Works. So hey, it's not the state that is paying. It's all good. Now remember this, the federal government is working towards making sure every local government is connected to the internet. That particular money came from not just Nigeria, but also from the World Bank. We want to see that project happen. We want to see everybody, at least 99% connectivity across it. It will improve a whole lot of doing business. And hey, cybersecurity is something that everybody should also take serious. Me, you, and the government. So we should not fear. We are looking forward to a very good election. It affects everything. So we'll take it serious. My name is SOUQ. Thank you for being there with us. Thank you to those in the MCR. Our men behind the cameras and the editors. Thank you very much. We'll do this again tomorrow. Remember, be your neighbor's keeper.
It's been a pleasure staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Please like, comment, and share. Drop your comments and your views on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I am Osama Zaid Ahosa. Nigeria belongs to all of us. Let's be patriotic, let's be nationalistic, and drive values that will make us to become the love of the committees of all nations.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen to If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
It's a beautiful Thursday morning here on SOUQ News Television, and you are welcome to Across Borders, the program where we explore the intricacies of migration, not just through numbers or policies, but through people and their lived experiences. Across Africa, millions continue to move, some by choice, many by necessity. Some are pushed by poverty, conflict, or environmental stress. Others are pulled by opportunity, safety, or dreams of a better life. Today, we'll be taking a look at the real reasons behind why people move, the push and the pull factor of African migration, and we'll also explore how these decisions shape lives, communities, and nations. To have this conversation, we will be joined by a survival leader and a migration advocate who has turned her lived experience into powerful advocacy for empowerment, reintegration, and policy change. Chilean Ife Azu is trained an architect. She is the founder of the Female Returned Migrant Network Nigeria, founded in 2019 to support the well-being and sustainable reintegration of women affected by trafficking and irregular migration. Chilean is currently serving as capacity building officer for the African Survival Leadership Academy under the African Survival Coalition, advancing survival-led leadership across Africa. While we look into today's topic, I am sure she's got an interesting story to share with us. We'll take a break, and upon return, our guest will be joining us. And so please stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is Across Borders, where we talk migration and how it impacts us as a people and a nation. We are joined, like I mentioned earlier, that Chilean Ife Azu will be part of us today to have this conversation. She is a survival leader and migration advocate. It's a pleasure having you join us.
Thank you so much for
having me. A very good morning.
Good morning to you too.
So I would say that I'm really pleased and happy that you were able to make it to the studio. It's been long coming on this.
It's an honor.
All right, so we just go, straight into it. And it's okay that you have a story to share. We're definitely going to get there. But we are looking at the topic, the push, the pull factor. Why do people move? So I want to ask you, when we talk about why people move, what are some of the strongest push factors you've seen across Africa continent? For example, in Africa, the African Development Bank, I want to state that, actually notes that around 12 million young Africans enter the job market each year, yet only 3 million formal jobs are created. So what is this push-pull factor? What does it mean to you?
So I want to highlight first that there is this chronic youth unemployment. Just like you mentioned, it's a structural mismatch that just forces people to move. You want to be, as someone who's been through school, you want to be able to come out and get a job. But then what is available out there doesn't actually give you the kind of life you dreamed of even before you started going to school, right? So that structure isn't there. And, creating limited jobs and jobs that don't actually fit into people's ambition, that doesn't fit into what people actually want, is the reason why a lot of young people make the decision to migrate. And then you have the issues of conflict and insecurity in Africa. I'm highlighting insecurity, and I'm going to just use the story of the young man who, I think Fish Magnet is his name, who had built a business, really good business, and his life was just taken. You see, it's issues like that just, I remember looking through some people's comments when this guy died. A lot of young people started saying, just ask me one of the reasons why I'm leaving Nigeria. It's because even if you build an empire, you're not even assured of safety, right? You also have lack of access to services like medical care, education, things that ordinarily they should be accessible to you as a citizen or as an individual normal. You have limited access to these things that are even like your day-to-day needs, right? And you have young people who really have strong ambitions. I want to go through good school, but then you don't have access to the resources to have what you actually desire, you know. So yes, young people are prone to move because of lack of access to these services. We talk about poverty. I think that's something that we, I don't know if I would say we don't emphasize enough. So check how much people earn in a month and what their needs are. Does that actually meet what they really want? And so when you look at it and you know that there are better opportunities out there that can actually give you that, not necessarily build you huge wealth, you want to be able to afford the necessities of life, like your daily needs, right? But when you don't have access to funding to be able to even take care of yourself and your immediate needs, you have that prompt to move. You have issues of environmental stress and resources, and you know, of course, climate change recently. So there's just a lot of reasons. I don't even know which one to highlight. Thank you.
Okay, that's a whole lot put together. So in a way, you've talked about poverty, you've talked about environmental factor and all of that. Okay, let's go to the next question. Now, we often focus on Africans, you know, heading to Europe or, say, the Middle East. But intra-African migration remains high. According to the UN, about 80% of African migrants stay within the continent. I want to ask you, why do you think that side of the migration story doesn't get as much attention?
So there's several reasons. One of it is the asylum debates that are going on. I know that it's a lot of attraction to both the media, and it just pushes this. I don't even know how to frame it, but you know, in a certain narrative that people want to interact with, right? And so because there is this certain narrative, people hardly even talk about intra-African migration, but that's even the highest, right? There are a lot of young people who migrate within Africa. There are a lot of businesses built within Africa, Africans moving within Africa and doing businesses, but those things are not talked about because there's a lot of focus, right? That is given to migrants who've gone to Europe. And also, I think I want to highlight that somehow, because of certain cultural beliefs and certain ideas within rural environments, so you have people believing that if you travel within Africa, you've not traveled. I had a conversation with someone who once said, I don't know what you think about traveling within Africa, but for me, I don't think that's travel. When you've left to places like America, when you've gone to places like Europe, when you've gone to places like Asia, even I think someone also highlighted that if she hears about people saying they went to Asia, they didn't migrate, they should come back home.
So what's migration? So what's migration?
So people's knowledge, you know, people's ideas is the reason why it looks like there is no attention given to intra-African migration. And the fact is, it's even on the high because there are a lot of businesses built within Africa by Africans. Thank you.
I see. So can you share, you know, an example of someone who left, returned, and found meaning in rebuilding at home? I mean, I know you have a story to tell me. We're going to come to you later, but of course, I wanted to share with us and factors that influence that choice. Do you have one or two you'd like to share with us?
Okay, so I can't really say a lot about people who've migrated and have come back to rebuild, except for returned migrants that I work with. But then I also know that I have this boss who, Mr. Osito Semene is his name, who had actually migrated, and his return to Nigeria was to build something really great that inspired a lot of us, Patriotic Citizens Initiative. And seeing the work that he was doing, I was really inspired. He's someone who, his migration experience built what he has right now and what he is doing currently. Yeah.
Okay, so when you look at someone like this, what's the inspiration? What do you draw out of, you know, such?
Nigeria is not that bad.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so from his experience, I can say Nigeria is not as bad as many people frame it to be, or as it looks. That means there is hope, right? please don't eat me wrong. There is hope, right? Because the narrative out there is that there is no hope. But I think there is hope. If you look at the fact that we are resilient people, we are people who like to rebuild, we are people who like to, whatever is thrown to you doesn't really destroy you. It helps you create even bigger things. I have a lot of inspiration from a lot of young Nigerians who've, been through too much. They didn't have to leave the borders to be through too much, but then they've been able to rebuild something. That's also somewhere to draw lessons from. And their growth sometimes, it amazes me because, yes, regardless of what we have here, we are able to build things that are really strong.
That's very good. I think it's encouraging. It's encouraging. So environmental challenges like drought, flooding, and, desertification, all of this continue to displace communities. The World Bank, they project that by 2050, climate change could force over 86 million Africans to migrate within their own countries. I want to ask you, how can government, better respond to this emerging pressures? Because, yeah, if you look at it, it's a whole lot. We don't want to have a situation whereby instead of addressing the issues, we have them keep mounting pressures and it's, multiplying. What do you think government should do at this point?
Okay, so I think that one of the things that government needs to do is to respond quickly to the climate issues. You don't have to wait until the climate issues have really become high before addressing them. How about doing things that can actually fix the issues before they even come? I mean, create those... Okay, so I think somehow young people are beginning to solve climate issues. How about the government thinks about empowering the young people who are creating these solutions to climate issues? How about working with the diaspora communities to empower young people with information that can actually help with changing the course of these issues that we foresee. So if we know that people would be on the move by 2050, we can actually create things that can make that particular thing not even happen, or when it happens, we minimize the effect, or we minimize how difficult it would be for people to cope that will force them to migrate. I think that if we go through that route, we'll be able to solve it even before it happens.
So I like the fact that you've taken me to migration, and that's going to, remittance, to say, and that's going to take me to, the next question. Ordinarily, people see migration more often, they present it as crisis. But I can tell you that it also contributes to development through remittances. Africans in the diaspora sent home over $100 billion. They sent that home, I think that was in 2023, looking at research. Do you understand? I want to ask, how can this financial flow be better harnessed to create opportunities at home? How can we put this together?
I think that I'm not speaking for the government because it's just here I'm recommending, right, that there are a lot of SMEs. Nigerians create businesses, but there is no empowerment for them to foster these businesses or for them to grow these businesses. How about creating, through these remittances that come in, creating, grants that these young people who are creating businesses can actually assess, And then I know that there are a lot, because I've met people in the diaspora that really want to invest at home. There are a lot of them that have good ideas, no partners, because they don't even know how to come in. Reduce some of the limitations to, registrations that can actually make them, pull back and decide not to invest at home. And for some of them who actually want to train people, why not create those platforms, opportunities where they can actually find these young people and train them and work with them to build sustainable businesses in Nigeria. It's not just about building businesses. We want sustainable businesses. We want to have this effect where we know that people in diaspora are actually pouring into the country, and we are seeing it happen. Like, we are seeing the impacts, right? We don't want to see that we have so and so amounts coming into the country, but then it's not being used for anything tangible. Also, I think that a lot of young people have built businesses, but they don't actually have things like good infrastructure. Let's talk about electricity, for instance. How does it feel to build a business that you pay or buy fuel for daily? That's not a growing business. That's actually a limitation. So how about partnering with these guys who actually want to invest? I have a colleague who once talked about how he wants to work with people who what do they call them? You know, these guys who do lights that doesn't actually need...
Is it solar?
Solar. You know, but then when he looked at the options, how he would go about it, he saw a lot of limitation and he was like, I don't think I'm ready for all of that, right? If you create pathways that make these things easier for them to access and for them to reach people at home, I think we would have a lot of businesses built that are sustainable.
That's a whole lot. And from what you've said, I want to pick out the fact that I don't think we should leave all of this to the government. I mean, I'm just saying. So let's look at private individuals and investors. What do you think they can do? Again, we can't relate it to policies, you know, how government can make it easy for individuals to be able to put something together so that staying in Nigeria will be as interesting as viable as traveling, as migrating. Or what do you think?
I think that a lot of people want to partner with each other, but you know, as a Nigerian, to be honest, we have a lot of trust issues with, you know, doing businesses. And it also stems from the fact that there is corruption almost everywhere. So if I'm going to register my business and it's easy to access it, and I know that, oh, when I go there, it's just a free flow to registration and I'm working with this individual to make it happen. Or, oh, this private sector has this opportunity, can we go work with them? You know, we are not leaving everything to government, but there is a lot of limitation that have been created by policy, a lot. So if we look at all of that and clear that out of the way, I think so many people, don't you want to collaborate with me?
Why not?
So yeah, let's do this together. If everything seems is as easy as supposed, I think collaboration would be very
easy. I see. We're hoping that all of this will be put together. The government, private investors, everybody. Yeah, of course, they're going to get this message. Everybody, let's put hands together to get these things done. So I have a question, but I'm going to come to that, talking about the youth. So we cannot be having all of this conversation and we're not talking about technology. Yeah. We're not talking about the media space. You know, how has the media influenced this push and pull factor that we are talking about in your own experience?
Okay, so I think that selective storytelling is a big issue. So you have, I'm looking for a better word for it. So you have these selected stories of people who've made it abroad, right? And there is limited, I think some time ago I tried to talk online about how I would love people to actually step forward who are abroad to tell us their migration realities. Don't tell me that you made it in 6 months. How? Because if I understand your how, I will know if I really want to go into how you got to where you are, right? So you have these selected stories. For instance, let's take crossing through the desert and sea to Europe to make to Europe to work, right? You have people who, once they cross, they take videos of, oh, I'm now in Europe and I'm doing very okay, but there is no information on how they got there.
The journey.
How did you get there? You know, so if I understand your how, and I know that this your how is not as easy as you've painted it, right? And then you have a lot of stories of people who say, once you enter so and so country, the next 1 month you're already working. Which is not true, because the next 1 month you're also trying to learn the language, you're also trying to understand the people, there's a lot of struggles. There's a lot of information that you, who is even planning to migrate, need to have before leaving, right? But these people who've migrated are not actually giving you access to this information, and then they are putting out stories of how they made it. You also have like social media influencers these days who are not making it easy. These guys have like a lot of, I did this and I'm here now and this, but they are not telling you how. So I would like to ask that instead of focusing on those very positive stories, which is great, I'm not saying that their stories are bad. You also need to ask, how did they get there? What did they do? Would what they did work for you? What if it's something illegal? Because, yes, they are not going to show you that they did illegal things to get to where they are. What if it's something illegal? So, you know, you need to ask a lot of questions. People have said things like, I don't think illegal migration is a crime. But it is a crime, right? And then some of these people were illegal migrants for a long while before they even started making it. You need to ask real questions so that you don't get into trouble.
Okay, that's very important. You need to ask the right questions, you mean to say. But again, while we are looking at those that want to travel, that wants to migrate, that needs that information, and they are out there. How about those policies around getting the right information? How about the people? Now let's take it to the government table. Dishing out information, those offices that are responsible for pushing all of this information out. How effective? Again, I'll also talk about those individuals on social media platforms where you have them say, oh, there is a job. I know you've talked a bit about it, but I'm hitting on the fact that you see them say, oh, you can get a particular job at a particular amount, and you are coming in, you don't need down payment. You understand all of those? They say a whole lot, and they say it's a total package. You get there, and then you start paying back gradually. All of this. How do we have authorities? Now I'm pushing it to regulations. I think that's where I'm going to. The right regulations and ensuring the right information. And what do you have to say to that?
So the first thing I would say is, I think we've, from 2017, because I started this work in 2018, between 2017 and now, there are platforms that have been created, not 100% effective, but I think they are working, and we are consistently, learning, relearning, on learning and trying to make sure that these platforms push out the right information. I think that one of the regulations that I would also plead with the government to look into is regular migration pathways, safe pathways. How about working with other governments to make sure that the pathways, we get this right information out there for our people, and also that the regulations, the restrictions are limited. They are not so much, because of course if I want to go to the UK and I find out that going to the UK has a lot of what's the word now, it's strict, it's difficult, it's not so easy to access, and someone else comes to me to say, oh, I have an easier one, you could come in, I would help you get there, I'll think twice about that one that is difficult versus the one that is easier to access, right? I think that's the reason why these influencers are actually getting people to the wrong places. If we consider working with other governments to create these pathways that are easier for our nationals to access, we would also be able to bridge that gap. Also, I think that one of the things that we need to look into is agencies that creates these news about job opportunities outside the country. So recently I had I don't have their permission to share, but then I just want to say that there's a lot going on. So you have agencies, people who say they are agents that help people migrate. I think that because of corruption, right, these guys do not actually have the regular document to help people migrate, but they have, I don't know how they do it, but they have access to places where they can actually get these informations and push people out of Nigeria without that regular permits, right? So we need to make sure that these guys are no longer functional. I think once I had that conversation with Ministry of Labour, and they explained that for any agent, there is a registration done within the Ministry of Labour to be able to talk about helping people get employment outside Nigeria. We need to look more into that, because there's a lot of agencies out there that are not documented.
Great, great, great. I think it's very important, because the number of agencies or individual that goes on social media to push this agenda, if I'll put it that way, it's alarming. Day in, day out, you see different people come on social media to say a whole lot of things, either leading people right or misleading people. But again, I want to ask you, for those young people that believes that all hopes for them lies abroad, they need to go across the borders. If they don't go across the borders, life will not turn around for them. So I want to ask, what message would you give to these people, this set of individuals that believe they will have to cross the border before they can make it, before they can get it right in life? What's the message for them?
The first message would be, there is nowhere you can't make it in life. It's, first of all, change the mindset that you have to go abroad, because that's the mindset that creates desperation. The moment you start thinking that there is a certain place where you have to go to get all of the resources and everything, desperation strikes in. It means that every other thing you're doing within your country would even seem abortive. None of it would seem like it's working, even when it's working, because growth takes time. I think we need to let that sink in. Growth is not a thing that happens just immediately. The fact that you're ambitious is great, but you also need to learn the principles of growth. How does it happen? What do I need? Even right here, I've seen young people who are doing so great, and I'm grateful to God for them. I really do not want to say don't travel. That's not my message. My message is, if you're going to do it, if you're going to migrate, let it not be because you're pressured, because you feel like you're not doing enough, because you feel like you're not doing well here. It has to come from a place where you understand that now I want to actually go to a different environment. You actually have a plan. You understand why, just have your why answered first. Yes, I'm going to so and so country. I know why I'm going there, because you understand why you're going there. Let it not be because everyone else is going or because you feel like you cannot make it in Nigeria. There is a lot that you could do that can help you first here. Survive Nigeria first, because I don't think there is any place where you go to that you don't have struggles or you don't have challenges. No. Even people abroad, if you have legit conversations with them, if you actually listen when they are talking, you would understand that they have struggles as well. Even if there are access to resources, it's not as easy as it looks. It's also as difficult as it is here too. And sometimes you should also consider the fact that you even have certain things easy. For instance, accommodation. I think that some places we have, some of you, your children of landlords, when you go there, it's not as easy. So you consider, it's not the same. You consider a lot of things before you start thinking of migrating. I know that some young people will be angry when they hear things like that.
Why are you saying all of this?
The reality is, it's not easy. If you get there, it's not as easy as you think, right? You have people going through a lot of abuse because they actually want to live abroad. And that abuse they wouldn't even take while being here.
Wow. A whole lot put together. We can go on and on, but we need to go on a short break. Before we take that break, I just want to highlight that I think it's important we understand the fact that we can also make it abroad, here in Nigeria, and that will make us talk about the pull factor when we come back briefly before we go into your own story. I am saying that let's migrate right. When you are talking about the push factor, you should also think about the pull factor. Yes, we will look at that when we come back, or put together the reasons why people move. Let's take a short break. When we come back, it's still Chilean Azu here, and she will be telling us some of her stories. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Every day, people move from one city to another, from one country to the next, chasing dreams, escaping limits, or simply searching for something new. Migration. It's as old as humanity itself. Some travel for education, students clutching admission letters, hearts full of hope. Some for business, briefcases packed with contracts and confidence. Others for safety, or for the promise of opportunity beyond familiar borders. But every journey has its own rhythm and its own reality. There are delayed flights, misplaced tickets, endless queues at immigration counters. There are nights in strange hotels, moments of homesickness, and the silent fear of starting over. Yet in between the frustration lies something powerful: resilience. People who leave home often build bridges between worlds. They send back remittances that keep families fed, children in school, and small businesses alive. They share new skills, new habits, and sometimes new dreams. Across Africa, migration tells 1,000 stories. A Nigerian engineer working in Kigali, a Ghanaian nurse in the UK, a Kenyan student studying in Johannesburg, a South African entrepreneur opening a cafe in Dubai. Each journey different, yet all connected by hope, by effort, by motion. And when migrants return home, they bring more than souvenirs. They bring experiences, exposure, and a new sense of what's possible. Still, migration is never easy. Integrating into new cultures takes time. Learning the language, understanding laws, adapting to weather, food, and ways of life. Some face discrimination, others find opportunity. But most discover something deeper. That movement changes not just your location, it changes your perspective. Whether it's a tourist gazing at the pyramids of Egypt, a business traveler closing a deal in Nairobi, or a student boarding a plane for the first time, every trip carries both challenge and blessing. Migration isn't just about crossing borders. It's about crossing into new versions of ourselves. It's the story of humanity in motion. Always learning, always adapting, always moving forward. Because no matter where we go, home is not always where we start. Sometimes it's where the journey takes us.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
It's good to know that you are still with us. You never left, and this is Across Borders, and we are into the second part of the conversation. Yes, before we went on that break, Chilean spoke about the push, so much of the push. We want to look at the pull. Yes, we have things that pulls people back into Nigeria. One of the Across Borders episode, I think, we had someone who spoke about Africa and why he has been in Africa for about 40 years. So let's look at the pull factor. Chilean, what do you think? What are those factors that brings, people back, or that should bring people back to Nigeria?
One of the pull factors that I would like to highlight is the fact that we love to build communities. We are people who, I wouldn't want to use the word love, but we know how to build communities. We know
more like a nature.
Yeah,
it's a natural thing for us.
We know how to build that relationship. A friend of mine once said his compound where he lives in Germany, he has lived there for years and he doesn't know his neighbors. Oh. That can never happen in
Nigeria.
So we have that relationship,
communal spirit.
We have that communal spirit. And then we also are people who, whatever we build here thrives. We have challenges, it's true, but then if you start selling anything, rest assured people would buy. We love each other, we care for each other, even if we like to hide it, we like to pretend like we don't. We care about each other. That's also another one. And then I think family ties. So majority of the people who've migrated, who've come back, and one of the things they told me about their return is the fact that they just can't survive without their families. They love their families so much, they would like to be around them. So, yeah.
That's it. So you've talked about family. you've just highlighted that Nigerians, we have more like, should I call it a communal spirit. So, and for some individuals, they live because they want their family to have a better life and all of that. I want to ask you now, we are focusing on you. So it's time for you to tell us about your story. Tell us how you started. You've walked this path personally, you know, from experiencing irregular migration to becoming a voice for others. When you reflect on your journey, what pushed you to leave? And I want to ask again, what ultimately pulled you back, you know, to return back and to start all over? Yes. So
now we are talking about me.
Yeah, it's about you.
I think that one of the reasons why I actually decided to migrate was because I didn't have access to certain things. I really wanted a different life. If you know me, you know I'm very ambitious. I want to grow, I want to do better. And so not having access to the things that would have made me better was one of the reasons why I left. I didn't have control over certain things as well, right? At the time, I didn't have control over the decision to migrate, for instance, at that time. Also, I think that one of the reasons why I also migrated was because I wanted my family to be in a better position, because all my life I've dreamed of where I'm going to make my parents really proud. So when the opportunity came, why not? Yeah.
So you had to key to it.
Yeah.
You had to key to it and you moved. So before we go into the female what do I call it now? The organization you have that you've been able to put together and you're working with. Let's talk about your experience. So what was it like moving away from Nigeria? How did you start? Where did you pause and thought, oh, my Nigeria, my Nigeria? So just share this experience with us.
Okay, so when I left Nigeria in 2017, it was, like I said, the desire to grow. I just wanted the best out of life, and what life had thrown to me at the time was really hard. Starting with family challenges, not necessarily my parents, it came from extended family. You know, I also had issues with school. I could not graduate at the time, and, you know, had a pile-up of academic issues, and I was like, okay, being someone who wanted to be an architect with a difference, with all of that challenges, that's just was there. It's not something I could change. And then I tried to build businesses with my mom, which also the Nigerian factor affected a lot of it, not finances. There was a site where we were selling, and all of a sudden sites got shut down, you know. That just made me believe that it's just back and forth here and there. And then I had, at that time, I also tried to get married like every other young girl. Of course, I was 26, so okay. Yeah, I really wanted to get married, and I met someone who was all into marriage at the time, and then suddenly he became cold. And that happened when I was pregnant, so I had to move back to join my dad, who, by the way, supported me so much. My siblings, they were all there for me. So when I had my baby, I started thinking about other things I could do. I had gone into farming, I had gone into other things. When the opportunity came and, you know, the pressure, I decided to migrate. Now coming to why did I pause and come back? Like
no, I mean, you traveled here, the experiences you had while you were away from Nigeria, you know, because people need to learn. Do you understand? We want people to say, someone with a first-hand information, first-hand experience, and share, okay, so this was what happened when I got there, briefly, anyways. This was what happened, this was how it started, and this was what I did. Do you understand? Yeah. So we'd like you to share.
So for my reason for returning would highlight that as well, because at first, when I was leaving Nigeria, I didn't know it was going to be irregular. It was through family, so it was more of, we have all of your documents sorted out, we have everything sorted out, just come to so-and-so place, you get everything you need. I got there, and I started sensing a lot of, you know, things that didn't make sense to me. And at that time, too, because those things didn't make sense, I had this wonderful friend of mine, Victoria, so I had to quickly reach out to her and say, okay, what I'm seeing here doesn't look like what I was told, and I was still within Nigerian borders, so I just told her it doesn't look good. It looks like there is something these guys are hiding, but they've made us promises. I don't know if to trust them. So being a lawyer at the time, she told me that she doesn't think she has quick answers to what I'm asking. But I should just give her like till the next morning to gather information. But she thinks because I'm in Benin, something fishy is going on. Because she also schooled in Benin. She told me, because you're in Benin right now, I think something fishy is going on, but I'll call you, you know. So towards the evening of the same day, they unpacked my bags, they took away my documents, they took away basic things that I had left home with, my son's picture, just a lot of, you know, things that were personal to me. They removed them from the bags with promises of shipping them down there. I don't need to carry all of that. Now that I've traveled a lot, I think that
you know better now.
Yeah, that would have also told me that something was
really wrong.
Right? And then they changed the big bag I had, they made it a smaller bag, you know, prepared basic things, you know, basic
for
things.
For a light journey, you know.
Basic things. That would have also told me, that was also a red flag, but I didn't really think, I wasn't thinking about all of that at the time, of course. I left Nigeria. It was when I also got to Kano that I met with, you know, the regular Nigerian Immigration Service people who were supposed to also stop us. And also, I think at some point, NDLEA would have also been able to flag the fact that something was wrong with the three of us, because there were 3 ladies and a guy, so there were 4 of us. And, you know, they would have been able to say, these people, something is wrong, because everything started looking strange. The documents I had actually had my face, but not my name, not my age. You know, there was just a lot going on. And I had a lot of questions, but no one to answer them at the time. So then I moved, and then I got to Libya.
Okay.
I know you've heard about Libya.
So we're talking Libya today again.
I know you've heard about Libya. It was really tough crossing the desert and then getting to Libya and attempting to cross the sea with the war in 2017. If you heard about it, it was tough. At that point, I got arrested. I was put in detention. So while in detention was where I made up my mind that this is not the abroad I was promised. So at that point, I had to tell myself, you have to
you need to go back home.
Go home. You need to return. I started praying a lot because of course, I'm a very strong Christian.
No, Nigerians are prayer people.
So I prayed a lot and I asked God to help me go back home. I really want to see my family. I actually promised God that if I get the opportunity to return home, every year we're here, not to go there. Yeah, so I tried my very best to get access to opportunities to return, and God being so kind, then IOM started their assisted voluntary return. I think it started in 2017 for Nigeria, and so I took advantage of it. I registered with the embassy while in prison, by the way. I took advantage of it, and then I decided I was going to come back home, which I came back December of the same year.
Oof, okay, well, I'm glad that you are home now and you are doing pretty well. So that's the life you wanted, the life you actually looked out for that made you to move away from the shores of Nigeria. You couldn't even get a bit of it at all, ending up in the prison. So I think this will help every individual out there that are thinking travel and they are thinking using the irregular route to take note and to do it right. I think that's very important. Let's talk about the network you have put together, the Female Returned Migrant Network. It has become a strong support, you know, a strong support system for women returning from difficult journeys. What are some of the most common struggles that they face, especially when you're talking about the emotional challenges, social and, you know, economical issues? What are these ones you like to put together?
Okay, so you have issues of trauma. You know, going through that experience, whether you went by air or by land, because people like to say, oh, it's because you went by land that you had issues of trauma. But anyone who goes through exploitative situations like as it is with human trafficking has issues of trauma. And so we find ways of providing psychosocial support mentorship. We find ways of providing guidance to or healing pathways, you know, how, of course, it's true that you hardly heal completely from trauma, but then you have help to recover and be able to reintegrate back into society. So we make that available for our women. We try to, because we have a lot of single moms, we have a lot of teenage girls who've been through this kind of trauma, we try to ensure that the first thing for them is to access healing opportunities, opportunities to think about their future more than they think about the past. We also have, help with reintegrating them into society. So some of them face issues of rejection. You have families that say, because you've gone through this kind of experience, you're cast away, you're not a part of the family. Even if they are not even saying it directly, you also have families that pressure these girls into doing all sorts to provide for their families. We try to, be that voice for the girls, for the families to understand what they are going through, how to walk them through that situation, and how to support them. Okay. You have also, right now, we are trying to get our space for our skill center. Okay. We've been doing skill acquisition, training survivors and returnees outside of a skill center. So now we are trying to get a space where they can actually stay, a safe space, because of course they need that environment to be calm, to heal, and also invest and pour into themselves to be able to do better in life.
Very amazing. I mean, good work you are doing. I must say that I'm even thrilled with the fact that you returned and you decide to, dive into this to ensure that other women and girls out there, they find safety. That's very key. While you're talking, you mentioned the fact that, I think that was off camera, we spoke about having some agencies having these people to sign some documents. And I'm bringing that in because you talk about families pushing their members, maybe a daughter or son, to go, get all of this done. So what do you think should be done? The family is the one pressurizing them, pushing them, and handing them even over to agencies that are not legit. And you have all of these agencies telling people, you need to sign this document and all of that. So when there are issues and you are going to court, you just can't win them. What do you have to say to this? How can we take care of that?
The first thing is awareness. So I think that one of the reasons why families are signing documents that they don't read or understand, why young girls are signing documents that they don't understand even before migrating, is the fact that there is limited information out there. I think there is a need for people to actually access information, to actually go to, our real life awareness. You have a lot of people who've been through this process. Let them speak to you about their experiences. I want to use a young lady who I kind of helped from going to Turkey in 2023. When they reached out to her family, I think her dad was really excited. From the conversation I had with this young lady, her dad was really excited to the point where the man was not even considering how the girl was feeling about where she was going to and the opportunities that have been presented before them. The man wasn't weighing it. So I looked at the fact that he wasn't even aware. He had limited knowledge. And so he's pressurizing his daughter based on what he feels he knows, like the knowledge he has at the moment, or he had at that moment, right? Now I'm helping them learn about what they should do to kind of look into this information that they've received, ensuring that they're actually making informed decisions that would help the young lady, right? So I think that one of the things is we need to raise massive awareness. A lot of survivors are doing that already. For instance, the Female Returned Migrants Network, we are also doing that. We are raising awareness, and we need to be doing that a lot, right? We also need to find ways around pushing for policies that hold people accountable. I think that in Nigeria, holding people accountable is very important. These agencies need to be held accountable. So what is the government doing about holding them accountable for the wrongdoing, for the crimes they are committing against people? And also, we need to also look into issues of corruption. So you have law enforcement agents who are actually helping these people access these documents. How do you even get a court order? How do you get a court document that people sign? I'm really concerned about Nigerians, because if anyone can walk into the court and pick up documents and make people sign them, it's a lot. So policies that can actually help with restraining people from accessing these documents, and also making sure that anyone who has access to a document that they shouldn't have access to is held accountable.
Very important.
That should be done.
Yes, because, for them, they believe once you've signed those papers, you take them to court, there's nothing. I mean, you just cannot win there. But again, if there is a counter document, I think that will make a lot of sense. That's okay. So let me ask you the next question. Let's look at now the International Organization for Migration reports, that over 30,000 Nigerians have been voluntarily returned, from Libya and other transit countries since 2017. What does true reintegration looks like in your eyes beyond simple returning home? They just return back home and that's it. What can you say to this?
So reintegration, when I say it's sustainable, it means total well-being or general well-being of the individual. So most of us try to look at reintegration from the financial aspect, but there's a lot of needs that arise after migration. You have the medical needs, you have economic needs, you have people who have serious issues with trauma, accommodation issues, and when you're able to give someone access to resources that can help them solve at least 90% of these issues, that can actually help them fix these issues without relying completely on you. So if a person is sustainably reintegrated into society, it means that they are not depending on you for their daily bread or a means to survive. And they are not just trying to survive. They also have like the hope of a better future. So general well-being, their mental health is okay, their health is okay. I know that nobody is complete 100%, but at least we look forward to reintegration where we could actually say that this person had at least 90% recovery. That is proper reintegration or sustainable reintegration for me.
Thank you. So let's before I go to the main question, I think I have one or two more questions to ask you before we wrap up. But I want to ask, what is that thing that you feel is actually an illusion now, something that is unrealistic that you feel pushes those people out? How do they need to take this off mind? Then let's put it together with gender, because I see that a lot of this irregular travel thing are more of the female gender. So how do we address all of this put together?
For gender, I think that families need to stop thinking that if a woman leaves the country, the shores of the country, she has that speed to get what they need. Again, we need to balance this information that come up about gender migration, right? So there is a lot of misconception and misinformation out there. You have people believing, and I think that somehow someone had chipped it in one conversation, people believing that every woman who goes out there is going out there possibly to prostitute. That's not true. And prostitution out there also, the way you perceive it or the way you think it, is not what you think. So if you have someone who is under the spell of sexual exploitation, do not think it's rice and beans where you just go, come out, and then you're fine. There is a lot that revolves around such things when we talk about sexual exploitation. So we need to look at those things, and families need to stop trying to force their women to migrate because they think, especially families in rural environment, because they think that if they go to those places, they have access to quick money and men that will give them everything that they need. That's not true. That's not even something that is real, right? Your daughters would actually have jobs, real jobs to do. And if their skills are not built, if they are not empowered to actually do those jobs that you are pushing them to go abroad, that's actually when they become vulnerable and fall into the spell of sexual exploitation. So I think that there is a lot that needs to change. You need to start teaching young ladies to acquire skills, strong skill sets, that actually puts them in a position of advantage wherever they are. So even if they are in Nigeria or they are outside of Nigeria, they have these strong skill sets that actually positions them better. How about tech? How about things that when you have this skill, you know that, oh, because I have this skill, right, I can do better anywhere I am.
And that's it, yes. Very important, because if you have something good and you know with this you can get something done, you can put stuff on your table, I think there won't be so much of that, should I call it the wrong ambition now, and you will not be desperate. You will not be desperate to be out there. You can also think about being in Nigeria and getting it right. So I'm going to ask you now, you now serve as Capacity Building Officer for the African Survival Leadership Academy, promoting survival-led change. So Why is survivor leadership so essential in shaping migration and anti-trafficking policies across Africa? Let's take this.
I'll start this with a saying, nothing for us without us. So if you're building, if you're trying to reintegrate survivors into community, you actually need survivor voices to help with shaping those opportunities you're creating for survivors. You actually need survivors in it. One thing that I encourage and I try to speak about is the fact that some of the reintegration opportunities out there does not actually give survivors agency to, recover by themselves, to choose or have options, right? This survivor-led change that we talk about is to give agency back to the people who have been affected by this crime. They are the ones who understand how they feel. They are the ones who should make policies about themselves and who should make decisions that can actually help them, right? You don't make decisions for a person. You help them. If ever you feel like they need support in any way, it is support to have that total agency, that total strength. Okay, so this is me. I own where I am right now, and I make the decision about where I'm going to be in the future. And you find out that when survivors actually lead, there is a lot of impact. Because you okay, for instance, I'm going to use just a very clear, I'm going to use a small example. When I first came back, I didn't want to trust the people who were on the table writing names and taking information. Why are you taking my information to start with? But if I introduce myself and I say, for instance, my name is Chilean and I'm a returnee, the other returnee who is coming is walking towards me because they know that they can relate. There is this connection between us, right? Okay. And so if I'm leading a conversation about what affects migrants, I'm talking from the angle of being someone, who has experienced it. And so we should be at that table making the decision about what affects us and where we are going from where we are right now.
Very important, and I agree with you completely. That works because you're speaking from a place of personal experience and people would know, okay, yes, you have the knowledge, and that's why you are saying this. It's easy to convince people or make people see reasons with you. So I'm just going to take this last question. We are out of time. I wish we can do more, but, well, probably some other time we'll bring you for another interesting topic. So you've represented Africa on global platforms, from the Orion Policy Institutes to IOM dialogues. What major policy shift or collaboration do you believe could make the biggest difference, for returning migrants?
So I think that this has to do with decision making. So for returning migrants here in Nigeria, one of the policy shifts that would actually help with returning migrants is those policies that actually gives them the opportunity to make decisions by themselves, right? So I see that a lot of agencies in Nigeria try to make the decision for reintegration for migrants. This is the time to allow migrants make this decision or inform you on how to empower them or inform you on what gives them what is actually reintegration for them. I think that it's time to allow migrants, allow returnees, allow survivors to actually make the decision, to inform you, to also help you understand where they are, what they are. And another thing is, I think that now we are encouraging organizations and agencies to listen. This is the time to actually listen to survivors, hear them, understand where they are and what they are dealing with, so that you understand where to come in. Do not create one-size-fits-all reintegration opportunities for everybody. I see that there is a lot of going to business going on, and there are a lot of people who don't want to go into business. So when you're making these decisions for them, you're also endangering them, also giving them that giving traffickers that platform to re-traffic these people. When they do not have agency, they are already thinking about, since I don't even have power over my own decisions, since I don't even have the opportunity to decide for myself where I'm going from here, that push again comes in. So we as human beings, we want to be in total control. And when you're trying to control these people, they tend to move. So they are prone to re-trafficking.
I agree with you, because I think it's important when people go out and they have a bad experience, they're coming in, there should be this level of freedom to some extent to say, okay, now I've thought about my life again, and this is how I want to go about it. Then rather than pushing to them, give them guidelines, give them advice that would work, and all of that put together.
Provide that resources.
And give them
the options.
Yes, let them just take decision. You think this is okay, you want to do this, and all of that. I believe it will work. That's how far we can take. But I must say thank you so much for coming. Thank you for being our guest on Just Africa today. Yes, why people move, the poll, the push, and all put together. I think we've been able to do justice to this in a bit. But of course, you're going to come again.
Thank you so much.
You're going to come again. All right, and it's been Chilean Ife Azo. I want to say that migration isn't just about movement. It's about meaning. It's about the search for dignity and about people finding a place to belong. I want to say a very big thank you to Chilean Ife again, and like she have mentioned, we have said that over and over again, she's a survival leader and migration advocate whose voice reminds us that behind every statistic is a story, and behind every journey, a human heart determined to rise again. Of course, you've heard all of that conversation. And that will be the end until next time again on Across Borders. Remember to follow us via our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. And I am saying that you stay positive, you stay active, you stay hopeful. Just do the right thing. Do the right thing. Pick all those essential messages that we've talked about today and work on it. Until next time, we'll see you again. My name remains Grace Komalafe. Stay motivated.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business
business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service, huge investment, also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son, Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ige Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ige Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019 and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success. And this, Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ige Mokwede is back again. Ige Mokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Mokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hands, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for rich. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Do you Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstances. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. I was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the number encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt They wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is this. Stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter who's asked is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. Some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually have the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, you know, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes. At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach
as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also hope there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks for and on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Najib Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that you
The Seychelles, a stunning group of islands in the Indian Ocean, has become a distinctive figure on the African continent due to its expertise in marine tourism. It may be the smallest country in Africa in terms of population, with just over 100,000 inhabitants. But economically, it is considerably more powerful than its size, and its most valuable resource is the sea. The Seychelles' economy is centered on its coastline and pristine oceans, much like many other countries that mostly depend on natural resources like minerals or oil. Tourism that is high value and low impact is vital to the nation's economy. Luxurious eco-resorts and unspoiled natural reserves that characterize the Seychelles experience attract tourists from all over the world. This type of tourism supports jobs in the hotel, transportation, fishing, and conservation industries in addition to generating foreign cash. Seychelles' stringent environmental regulations are one notable strategy. The nation boasts of one of the largest percentages of protected marine areas in the world, with over 30% of its seas classified as such. In addition to protecting marine habitats, this keeps tourism viable and attracts eco-aware tourists and foreign partners. Seychelles has also adopted blue economy practices, using the ocean to spur innovation in marine research, sustainable fishing, and renewable ocean energy. Through these initiatives, Seychelles is positioned not just as a tropical retreat, but also as an example of how tiny countries may prosper by protecting and enhancing their natural environment. Seychelles has been a continental leader in the blue economy idea, which uses ocean resources responsibly to boost economic growth in addition to pleasure. By issuing a blue bond in 2018, it raised $15 million to finance sustainable fisheries and marine initiatives, making it the first nation in the world to do so. Additionally, the nation has set aside almost 400,000 square kilometers of its oceanic territory, roughly 30% of its exclusive economic zone, for regulated usage and conservation. In addition to protecting the Seychelles' beautiful waterways, these programs help the country's standing as a climate-conscious travel destination worldwide. By doing this, Seychelles has shown that preservation of the environment and economic growth do not have to conflict. On the contrary, they may support one another when handled with care and foresight. I'm Moyosore Adebi, and this is Just Africa. Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, we're sharing love together now. I can see new heaven and new world, oh Lord. Yes, I can see, yes, I can see, yes, I can see, brothers and sisters.
With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek Fashek as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Welcome to Cash Crafts, the show that turns your skills and ideas into serious income. Whether you're just getting started or you're already in the business, we'll bring you practical tips, fresh opportunities, and real stories to help you grow, literally and financially. I am Grace Komolafe, and today we are digging into horticulture, a vibrant green world where beauty meets business. Ask me why horticulture, and I will give you a mind-blowing answer. So here is it. Horticulture isn't just about flowers. It's food, income, wellness, and sustainability rolled into one. From fresh fruits to ornamental plants, it boosts nutrition, urban design, environmental health, and jobs. With climate concerns rising and food needs increasing, horticulture is fast becoming the new oil. But where is the cash? Let's break it down. 7 green paths to profit, and I take it from 1. Plant nursery. Raise and sell seedlings, ornamental trees, herbs, shrubs. From balcony plants to estate palms, people pay to green their spaces. And 2, landscaping. Design and maintain outdoor spaces for homes, estates, offices. Think aesthetics plus recurring contracts. And 3, garden maintenance. Offer pruning, pest control, soil treatment, and seasonal cleanups. A steady side hustle for trained hands. And we move to 4, horticultural farming. Now, grow fruits, veggies, flowers, or herbs. Go organic, go premium. Target hotels, health stores, and home markets. And we move to 5, consulting. Breed new plants, varieties, advise firms, or supply rare seeds. If you're skilled, your knowledge becomes a product. And we move to 6, product marketing. Sell fertilizers, potting soils, seeds, tools, and even ready-to-use grow kits. Offline or online, green goods move. Tip number 7, training or education. You can host workshops, classes, or start a YouTube channel. Gardeners, enthusiasts, and students are hungry to learn. Now, whichever paths you choose, start with research. Visit local horticultural centers. Understand what grows in your region. Learn from experts. Your first harvest may not bring millions, but with time, this business roots deep. Remember, success in horticulture isn't only about soil, it's about strategy. So here is your takeaways. In a world choking on stress, pollution, and processed food, green is gold. Horticulture is low entry, high potential, and if done right, it fits both the body and the bank account. So, what number are you reaching for on our list of 7? All right, that's it for today on Cashcraft. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, helping you plant ideas that pay right here on Cashcraft.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Offences-Related Commission (ICPC) convened a one-day capacity-building workshop in Lagos aimed at strengthening accountability, transparency, and integrity across Nigeria's local government councils. Held under the theme, The Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption, the workshop was jointly organized in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Justice, Fiscal Responsibility Commission, Bureau of Public Procurement, Code of Conduct Bureau, and the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity, with support from the EU-funded Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Program. The initiative was designed in response to the recent judicial pronouncement reaffirming local government as an independent tier of government.
State governments are prohibited from receiving funds allocated for local government.
Its objective was to equip local officials with knowledge and practical tools necessary for effective governance, compliance with procurement standards, and improved service delivery at the grassroots level.
Some will be deceived as it were too, but what is more important is that we all have a task to ensure that that autonomy granted to the local government, who is the third tier of government, is not abused.
The Supreme Court's affirmation of local government autonomy is a monumental victory for all of us. It grants grassroots democracy. It grants you the power to truly drive whatever development you think you can impact on your people. However, great power demands great responsibility. Autonomy without accountability is obviously a recipe for fiscal disaster. For us at Fiscal Responsibility Commission, FRC, which is part of this coalition that is going from state to state to educate the operators, it's very key that we learn how to plan.
Or a task, that duty that you have been entrusted with in that your office, you are the one responsible for it. If you don't do it well, if you allow yourself, like my brother said, you're village people, to make it to read procurement, to make it to collect bribe, to make it to spend outside budget. We have to call haram. Haram is what? Abomination. We have also fiscal haram. Are you aware? There is a concept of called fiscal haram, and that is number one. Fiscal haram is any expenditure that's not budgeted. Spending government money without a budget is number one fiscal what? Haram.
The participants engaged in interactive discussions and team exercises, explored case studies on corruption prevention, accountability frameworks, and interagency collaboration. They also participated in a question and answer section focused on addressing challenges and exploring practical solutions to enhance public accountability in local government systems. At the end of the workshop, participants expressed satisfaction with the quality of content and delivery, highlighting the relevance of the sessions to their daily administrative responsibilities. Organizers reaffirmed that the joint agency initiative forms part of Nigeria's ongoing national anti-corruption agenda aimed at institutionalizing transparency, promoting fiscal responsibility, and strengthening governance structures at the grassroots level.
The journey of exploring Africa's uniqueness and spotlighting the continent's powerful stories and promises remains in our heart. And today we unfold one of that story that shapes Africa's soul. Central African Republic, otherwise known as CAR, is the heart of the continent, a land rich in natural wealth, yet often misunderstood. Bounded by 6 neighbors and situated in the very center of Africa, the Central African Republic is landlocked, but far from landlocked in spirit. It is a country of vast green savannas, dense tropical forest, rich wildlife, and river systems that feed both its land and identity. From the Ubangi River in the south to the fringes of the Saharan zone in the north, the CAR holds some of the continent's most ecologically vital and untouched terrain. But beyond the land lies the story of its people, diverse, resilient, and culturally vibrant. The Central African Republic is home to more than 80 ethnic groups, including the Baya, Banda, Mangia, and Sara, each with its own language, dance, craftsmanship, and oral traditions that have been passed down for centuries. Despite a history marked by conflict and political fragility, the spirit of community and cultural pride runs deep. At the heart of CAR's economy is natural wealth. Gold, diamonds, timber, and uranium lie beneath its soil. However, the paradox of abundance is real. These riches have not always translated into broad-based development. Yet, across towns like Bangui, Bosangoa, and Braya, local farmers, traders, and artisans continue to drive informal economies, even as international organizations work alongside the government to rebuild systems and structures. Hope also beats through the arts. CAR's vibrant music and storytelling traditions are rich with wisdom and resistance. From traditional percussion ensembles to modern gospel and Afrobeat, Central Africans use rhythm and voice not only to entertain, but to educate, heal, and unify. The Sanga Trinational Forest, a UNESCO World Heritage Site shared with Congo and Cameroon, is one of the last strongholds of forest elephants and lowland gorillas, a reminder of CAR's role in Africa's environmental balance. Conservation efforts led by local communities are emerging as models for inclusive sustainability. Of course, the Central African Republic still wrestles with serious challenges, including instability, infrastructure gaps, and displaced communities. But across these trials, a quiet resurgence is unfolding. Investments in education, local peace building, women's cooperatives, and agro-processing industries are gradually reshaping narratives from one of crisis to one of courage and capacity. To know the Central African Republic is to understand that even in the most tested territories, Africa's heart continues to beat, strong, steady, and full of promise. This is the uniqueness of Africa. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
The much anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
the second speaker, Emeka Anslem, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. Seeing that is going to learn again while others teach. When you come back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an effective leader. Productive. Produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what?
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grab that message that leadership is influence. Yeah. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? And many of us do this a lot. The role of social media. That people as a leader, you need to be cautious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went to that handsome man, uncomfortable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and some will just come and say I'm the coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to...
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. You know, it was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, you know, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful I'm here today. You know, this is the best use of my time today.
I had to realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, is for me is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. Like, I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray. following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority. Photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. We tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all. It's the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, we recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now. I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. The tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from that to that, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have, in the country. You can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, they just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter don't pass joke. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, they warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, but they bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogwefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowls, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scales through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low-income earner. So some certain products, they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little
as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, they need to bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that there are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly they are everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will not with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have task promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. If is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
SOUQ.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading. Look at the target, the businesses also. Are they fairly? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, you know. So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, you know. So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji, you know. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Yeah. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs, letter to the editor, to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akin Babylon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left the University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. Just want to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So you were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing,